All right, so welcome into the Museum of Glass Hot Shop to everyone who just joined us. Today we actually have a visiting artist, and she's up in the front just kind of discussing with a couple of our Museum of Glass staff members about her plans for her projects. So we're still kind of figuring things out for the day. And over on this right bench, we're starting our very first project. Now, I heard that we were going to start with some prototyping just to make sure that we're getting the exact shape and design that we need before we actually start going in and using colored glass, which is a lot more expensive. So we will usually start with clear to kind of practice a little bit first. And you can see these sketches on the ground over here in chalk. Actually, I hope you can see them. But this is what we're making right now. And honestly, this is probably relatively accurate to the size of what we're going to be making as well. These rings that you see along the side of the form, those are actually folds in the glass. And that's what they're trying to figure out right now, is how to create those folds exactly. And up on the screen, we've just been having a slideshow going by of our visiting artist artwork. And there is a little bit of information about her in your pamphlet that you received at the front, but her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh. Sorry, it's going to take me a few tries. Ahmadizadeh. There we go. All right, so this is her work up on the screen. She does work with a couple of different types of glass art. She works in the hot shop, such as what we have right here, but she also works in neon bending, as you'll see with some of these images right here. So neon bending is literally taking glass tubing and bending it over a flame, and you can actually fill it with different noble gases and light it up with electrodes on the end. It's really interesting and a really complex glass art that a lot of glass artists never get to touch. So it's just really impressive. And she actually has a class coming up at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. She's going to be teaching in both neon and glass blowing up there for her little residency. And this residency here at the Museum of Glass is a full week residency. This is just the very first day. So she has five days to create as much as she wants in here. And from there, she could do whatever she wants with that artwork, whether it be just taking it home or selling it or displaying it in another place. And eventually on the screen, we'll be following around what they're doing in the hot shop with some cameras. But for now, we're just going to have this slideshow going. And I'll focus mostly on the hot shop, but if anyone has any questions about the visiting artist or questions about the glass, feel free to stop me by raising your hand, and I'll come right over to answer those questions. So this glass that we have at the center bench, this is all just clear glass. For now, it looks as if it's orange just because of how hot it is. It's radiating light as well as heat. And we are going to start blowing this out into the shape of those sketches on the ground once again. And these forms are going to be playing around with light in a different way. So once again, our visiting artist does work with neon, but these forms are kind of based off of old candle holders. And she's also drawing inspiration from her Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. And I can't remember exactly which culture this is from, but one of those cultures, this is a sort of ancient way of holding the candles. Not ancient, sorry. Yes, yeah, so these will be round, almost like pots or buckets. But this is actually still upright from your viewing position, so it would be as if the bucket has the opening on the ground. And then the candle would sit in the very top, of course. So we are currently literally blowing this bubble out by blowing into the end of the pipe, and that air is passing through and expanding that glass like a balloon. And we've also done another important thing here. Gabe has gone in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and this area that he's squeezing down on, this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And up on the screen, you can see we now have camera access to the hot shop. So from here, this will probably start following around what they're doing, which is kind of nice. But right now, we've heated that glass up and we hung it down towards the floor a little bit. That's using gravity as a tool. It's stretched that glass out a little bit, creating a more long and narrow shape. So this area that we're working on, the area that's furthest away from the pipe, I believe is going to be kind of the top of the form, because we eventually need to completely open this form up, and that is usually done from the area that is connected to the pipe. So right now, Gabe has his jacks on the side of the piece. Once again, those two metal blades. And this is just making sure that the walls of this piece are really straight and even. And at the same time, we are pressing a wooden paddle to the bottom. And that has kind of pushed the glass into this nice crisp corner. If we really wanted to, we could do that again and make that even crisper, but that's already a pretty good shape. So once again, this is kind of just reaffirming what I was saying earlier, that we are working on the top of the piece right now, the area that's furthest away from the pipe, because this is going to be closed on top, and this smaller piece is almost going to be kind of sitting or attached on top, but it's not going to be an open form in that way. So after doing that one more time, we now have these really nice sharp corners on the bottom, just getting us really close to that shape that we're going for on the floor there. So for those who just joined, once again, we are creating these sketches that are on the floor right now. And these are sort of candle holders from the 13th century. And the inspiration behind these designs is coming from our visiting artist Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. And so she's going to be creating a pretty wide variety of different objects that are relating to light, whether they are going to be holding candles or whether they're more of oil lamps. But that is something that our visiting artist is interested in and is going to be creating a lot of art about. And we just briefly brought over a little bit of clear and attached it to the very bottom. And this is where we're going to be attaching a second pipe to is that little pad that we created basically. And this is mostly just to protect the bottom. If we're creating an object that's really thin, sometimes it can break off when we break a pipe away later on. So this is most likely just to prevent any extra breakage later on. And it looks like we're already preparing that second pipe over on that right bench. So the second pipe that we attach to the piece is called the punty. And we are just going to create this really small clear attachment, bring it over and place it right on top of that little pad. And I want to point out our visiting artist once again. She is currently standing with the wooden paddle in her hand, just to point her out to anyone new that's joined. And there should be a little bit of information in your pamphlets about her. Her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh, once again. So we've just brought that second pipe over. And once it's centered to the bottom of our piece, we'll let that connection set up and stop moving a little bit. And in the meanwhile, we'll start applying some water to this connecting area where the piece is connected to our previous pipe. And that water is going to crack and break this connection. You can kind of see a good view of it right now. We tap the pipe and that's it. That's all it takes to break the piece off. And once again, this is more of a prototype, so we're just working with clear glass right now. And we are hoping to figure out exactly how to make these folds in the glass. That's what those rings around the side of this glass form are, is they're actually going to be heating up sections of glass, kind of folding it or pressing it on itself to create those rings. So we'll see how they do that during this process. And whenever we do prototyping or practice, we'll always work with clear glass because our clear glass is reusable. We can break this apart and put it back in the furnace to melt down again later on. So since we've just broken this piece off of its original pipe, this area that was connected to the previous pipe is usually a little bit thicker. Sometimes that break isn't always perfectly even. So most likely we see them go in and they trim a little bit of excess glass off. But since this is a prototype piece, I'm not sure if they're going to be perfectionist about it in that way. So we may skip that step. And we are focusing a lot of heat just on the opening of the piece. Might be kind of hard to tell, but we have most of the piece outside of the furnace right now. We're just kind of heating up the front section only. If we were to heat up the entire thing all at once, of course, everything would start moving because when we heat it up, the glass becomes malleable. And we could start to lose the shape that we worked so hard to get. So previously, when we just attached this pipe to the bottom, that connection was really hot and it was moving around. And if we were to stop turning, then it really could fall. But since we kept it turning and turning, it stayed on center, and it actually is colder now than it was earlier, probably at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And that means that the glass is pretty much solid. And so the two pieces of glass, the area that's on the end of the pipe and then the bottom of the piece itself, they're basically molecularly connected to each other. It's kind of hard to describe, but that pipe was attached really hot to the bottom. So it looks like we actually are going through the trimming process. Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out and away from the rest of the piece. And then while he still has a lot of heat in the glass, he goes right in with a pair of shears. And this is really satisfying. I know we probably don't have a great view of it, but he's cutting the opening of the piece entirely off. And that's just getting rid of any thickness that remains, any unevenness that we had, just leaves us with the perfect opening. And that's the very little waste that we usually create for any of our pieces, is just a small scrap of glass like that usually. And I'm not sure if we saw a newspaper, and this is going to burn as he uses it on the glass. They'll usually splash it or soak it with water in between uses. And this is as close as you'll see them get to using their hands to shape the glass. And this is an interesting thing that we've just set up. This is just holding the pipe in place as we continue to rotate. It's really important that we rotate the pipe so that the piece stays on center. And in this case, this is also allowing us to evenly heat the piece in just this really tight ring. And this is going to be our first attempt at creating one of these folds or rings around the sides of the piece. So we're just going to focus a lot of heat just in this small section of glass. And yes, it might be kind of hard to orient yourself, like comparing the sketch versus the piece that we have right here. So I just want to point out that they're leaving the opening kind of small, but this eventually will be flared out all the way into this kind of bucket shape that we have on the ground. So next Gabe is going in with the pair of Pachofis. So these are really similar to the jacks, which you saw earlier, or those two metal blades, except this time we have two wooden blades. And so we can use the tips of these to push into the glass, and this isn't going to gouge or scrape at the glass as if it were the metal blades. So he pushed at the inside of the wall of this piece, and his goal is to push it out and that we're able to eventually fold it in on itself, it seems like. This is something that I haven't even seen before, so I'm kind of learning along with you guys. And by the way, I always like to talk about this torch whenever they use it. This small handheld torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told. And once again, that is over double the heat of the molten glass itself, which sits in a tank at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch will very quickly heat up small areas of glass. It's really helpful for getting details in our artwork, such as we are right now. And next we're going in with the Sophiana. These cone-shaped tools are used to block off the opening of the piece and blow a little bit more air in. And this is just reinflating the top of our glass. You can see we have a little bit of a rounder shape now. And for those who just joined in very recently, I just want to point out once again, at least this sketch that we have on the ground, this is exactly what we're working on right now. We are not working with any colored glass at the moment because this is the very first piece of the day, and we're trying to figure out exactly how to create these rings along the side of the piece. And to do that, we are apparently going to be folding the glass on top of itself. So we're just in that process right now of figuring out how exactly to get those rings and to fold the glass. So yeah, I should describe how the visiting artist thing works to everyone real quick. So once again, we do have a visiting artist in the hot shop for anyone that didn't hear about that earlier. Her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh, and she's the one standing next to the bench with the wooden paddle in her hand. And whenever we have a visiting artist in here, it can be pretty much anyone. They don't even necessarily have to be a glass artist, but they bring in their own sketches and their own artwork to display sometimes, and they are getting the help of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, so getting their assistance, putting them to work. So today we have Victoria once again, and we are the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, everyone else that's down here, and they are just assisting Victoria in creating anything that she's designed. And it's kind of hard to tell what they're doing here, but they are going in with the pair of jacks, once again, those two metal blades. And when they're squeezing down, they're squeezing at a little bit of an angle, so it's squeezing on either side of that ridge, because that ridge is, once again, this kind of ring that we have around the side of this piece, kind of at the base. That's what we're trying to create right now. And to do that, we are literally folding the glass onto itself. There are other ways to get the look of having a ridge or a ring around a piece, but this is the technique that we're going with today. So we'll see this later on, but to color glass, we'll usually use something called color bar, which are these pieces of colored glass itself. And we get them shipped in, and the color you see is usually the color that you end up with, unless it's a special color that reacts or changes color. But they are different metals and minerals mixed into the glass, such as literal cobalt to create a cobalt blue glass. And then one of our most expensive colors is a gold chloride that creates a cranberry pink, so kind of a purplish, pinkish, reddish color. So those are just a couple of examples. But we don't mix the color or create the color ourselves, we just get it shipped in. And now that we have pressed that ridge into the glass, we are able to start fully opening this piece up as we would any other normal piece, just going in with the pair of jacks and slowly widening it. And it looks like Gabe is also going in with the newspapers. Once again, this is just folded up newspaper that will soak with water. And just making sure that the walls are staying straight, because sometimes as we open from the inside, it could just open a little bit unevenly, and that just straightens everything back out. So once again, this is a prototype. This is why we are working with only clear glass right now. But they are really happy with how this prototype turned out, so they are getting ready to break it off and put it away. And to do this, we just apply a lot of heat to where the glass is connected to the pipe by using this large fluffy flame. And once they start to see a little bit of movement at this area where the glass is connected to the pipe, then they go ahead and apply some water to break it off, just like we did earlier. I think some of you guys saw that. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to break something off, especially when you see somebody suited up in these Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow them to pick this piece of glass up to put it away. So once again, this water is just going to crack this connecting area. And then once we tap the pipe, this should break this piece cleanly off. Looks like we're also going to be torching the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. This is kind of flame polishing the glass, making sure it's completely smooth. And then finally, this is going inside of one of our annealers, these large black boxes on our far walls. This is where it's going to slowly cool down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And that was our first piece of the day that we just finished. Let's give them a round of applause for their hard work so far. Right, thank you. So these annealers, they sit at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. I always like to explain them a little bit. Some people think that we could just cool the glass down by cooling it rapidly, but we actually have to hold it at that really warm temperature of almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then we press a button and it slowly comes down from there, usually overnight, but the thicker the glass, the longer it takes. And now that we've made that prototype and clear, they're probably going to talk about what went right, what they want to change, and then we'll start working with some colored glass and make that same form again. And in the meantime, could I have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I think a lot of you guys haven't gotten to see this slideshow yet. So up on the screen, we have our visiting artist artwork. Once again, her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh. And she's the one in the back there in the kind of green-gray shirt, just to point her out to you all. There is some information about her in your pamphlets that you received at the front, so you could read a little bit about her, but I have some information on her as well. So she actually has an exhibit that she's going to be a part of over at the Museum of Craft and Design in San Francisco with She Bends. So She Bends is, I think, completely comprised of women, and they do neon bending, kind of like this image on the screen here. So our visiting artist, she's a neon bender, and she also blows glass in the hot shop like we are today. And she's also going to be a teaching artist at Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us, coming up really soon. And once again, she's going to be teaching neon and glass blowing. And these pieces that you see on the floor, these sketches, once again, this is what we're working on for now today. And these are actually designs from the 13th century, and they are supposed to be candle holders. So the candle will go in the smaller section of the piece at the very top, and then the rest of the piece is more so almost like a pedestal for the candle. And that is what we're working on right now. That's what we just finished in the hot shop. And for these pieces, our visiting artist is drawing inspiration from her Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. And so with these designs, once again, So we've already gotten started on the next piece over on that right bench, and we are working with all clear again this time, it looks like. We've just taken another gather of clear from our clear glass furnace. So if you haven't seen that furnace already, I just wanted to mention that it's basically like a giant pot of honey, except it's molten glass. So it's a large pool sitting inside of a ceramic tank. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just gathered another layer of clear, and that's how we make bigger pieces is we will gather a layer and we will block it. That's what we're doing right now, using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. We're kind of just smoothing and evening out the surface of the glass. It's making sure that the bubble will blow out evenly from inside. And then we do expand the bubble a little bit and then cool it down and then gather another layer of clear. And we do that as many times as we need to until we have a large enough mass for the size of piece that we want to make. And we'll usually start our projects on the side benches, kind of like we are right now. But once we have all the glass we need, we move it over to the center bench where we fully start to blow it out and turn it into its final form. So we are just temporarily on the side benches. And this is where we'll start to blow and expand this glass a little bit more. And it happens really quickly, so I like to point it out, but we did just blow into the end of the pipe a little bit, and that air passes through the pipe and into the glass, expanding that glass like a balloon. And next, Gabe is going to go in with the newspapers. That's this pad in his hand. It's just folded up newspaper. It has a little bit of water soaked into it, but for the most part, it will burn. It's a cheap material though, so we're able to continue to use different newspapers. And using these, he can kind of guide which way the bubble blows out as somebody blows into the end of the pipe. And I just want to point out once again for anyone that's recently joined that this is the shape that we're making on the floor right here. And this is a sort of candle holder. There's a good view of it up on the screen as well. Now, the bottom of the candle holder is actually the widest part of the piece, and that's going to be completely open, kind of like an upside-down bucket, as it was described to me. And the candle will be sitting in the top, which is that smaller piece on top. And next, Gabe is going in with the pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And this is a really important step in the process because this line or divot that we create using these, this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And this is always done before we blow the piece out fully. So we're still not quite done blowing this piece out, but we're making sure that we create this breaking point. Yeah, and whenever we hang the glass down towards the floor like this is us stretching the glass out using gravity as a tool. And we can also do the opposite thing by putting it up towards the ceiling, allowing the glass to kind of slump down onto itself, creating a squatter shape. But in this case, we do want a little bit of a longer shape, kind of in between a cylinder and just a kind of square shape. Also want to mention, just in case I didn't already, to this new crowd, if anyone has any questions, whether it's about the visiting artist, once again, Victoria, or if anyone has any questions about the glass, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over. And next, it looks like we're using this really large wooden board. So this is just applying even pressure along the entire piece all at the same time. This is usually used to create cylinders, but once again, it's just applying even pressure, creating these really nice straight walls. And just to orient you a little bit, the area that's furthest away from the pipe is actually going to be the top of the piece. Usually it's the other way around, but in this case, because the bottom of the piece is going to be completely open, this means that the bottom of the piece is the area that's connected to the pipe. And just to make sure that this end of the piece is flat, we're going in with a wooden paddle. At the same time, we're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, once again, those two metal blades. And this is pushing that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom, or on the top in this case. And sometimes this is done multiple times just to make sure that this corner is really nice and crisp. It depends on the exact shape that they're going for. And once again, this glass is all just clear for now because this is still a little bit of prototyping and practice, making sure that they have the exact shape that they want down and the exact techniques down. And it's really nice to work with clear glass. For those of you who don't know, we can actually just break it apart and put it back into the furnace to melt down again if we were to mess up or not be happy with the result. So we always work with clear glass when we're practicing. And we've just brought over a small molten bit of clear glass. This has been placed right onto the center of the bottom of the piece and flattened down into a pad. And this is where we're going to be attaching yet another pipe over top of. It's right onto this pad. This is kind of going to protect the bottom of the piece, just making sure it doesn't break when we break away the second pipe later on. So we're just thinking pretty far ahead. And Sarah's grabbed another pipe and is going to gather a single layer of clear on the end of it. And this is once again going to be brought over and attached right over top of that pad they just created on the end of our piece. So once again, we're not trying to change the shape of the piece at the center bench. We're just keeping any of the cold areas warm with this torch and then going in for an overall heat using our furnace. And we've just brought over that second pipe. Once again, this is going right over top of that pad we created. Once they have this centered to the bottom, they'll sit there for just a moment and let it set up and stop moving just a little bit before applying some water to the area of the glass that we want to break off of our original pipe. And this water is going to crack that small section of the glass. Then when we tap the pipe, this creates a vibration that travels to those small cracks and it breaks that piece cleanly off. And we'll see this one more time at the very end when they go ahead and break the entire piece off of this pipe that it's attached to now. And since I have a little bit of time here, I want to talk about our visiting artists again. So for everyone new that's joined, we have a visiting artist today, and her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh, and she's the one in the green-gray shirt standing next to the center bench currently. There's a little bit of information about her in your pamphlet. And she is here for a full week residency. This is just the very first day, so she has 5 days total to make whatever she wants and do whatever she wants with those resulting pieces. And this piece that we're making right now, I just want to point out once again, we kind of have sketched it on the ground next to the center bench, and that is what we're working on right here. The area that's furthest from the pipe now is going to be the bottom of the piece. We're going to completely flare it open. And the reason we're working with all clear glass right now, once again, is because we're practicing kind of prototyping right now and making sure we have the techniques right before we start using color. And the thing that we're worried about with this piece is this ring of glass that we have near the base. That is kind of hard to make because we are folding the glass onto itself to get that ring. And so they're trying to figure out the exact way that they want to do that and to make sure that the rest of the piece is staying really smooth and straight, and they're just creating that fold. And after heating up the front of the piece, Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out in a way. And he is pulling more than he is pinching, I want to point out, to stretch this glass out. And eventually all of this glass is just going to be trimmed off. And we were using this pad earlier, but I just wanted to point out once again that this is actually just folded up newspaper. And so it is smoking and kind of burning away over time, but it's a cheap material, so we're able to recreate this pad over and over again. And at this point, we have pulled all of that glass out, thinned out the glass as much as we needed to. So we went ahead and started trimming that glass with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. So Gabe just briefly went in with the jacks, those two metal blades, and widened this opening a little bit from the inside. And once again, for anyone that's recently joining in, we're trying to create these shapes that we have on the floor to the right of the center bench. To the right of the center bench. And to do this, we're actually going to be folding the glass onto itself to create this ring that we have near the base of the piece. And this is something that is not very commonly done, so they're getting a little bit of practice in with some clear glass like we are right now. And to fold this glass, they're going to heat up just a small section, and that is the section that they're going to be folding onto itself. Last time they were using some tools on the inside of the piece and physically pushing the inside of the piece out, and then they were able to fold the glass onto itself by kind of compressing that thinned out area. So we'll see how they do it this time. They're trying to perfect it before they start using our expensive glass color. And I really want to talk about this torch here. If you guys haven't seen them use this torch yet, I just want to mention this is the hottest item in the hot shop. It could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up a small section of glass, and this is really going to help us with details in our glass art, such as this small section that we're working on right now. But another really good example is like working on a face. You don't want to melt all of the glass at once, otherwise you could start to lose other precious details that you have. So it's important that we have this small torch to focus heat to one small area. And now that we've superheated this small ring of glass, we're going in with the Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool. And that is going to block off the opening to the piece, allowing them to reinflate the glass a little bit. At the same time, they push the glass in as well. This did fold the glass onto itself. So this is how we're getting that ring this time. A little bit different from last time, but not all too much different. Now, something else I also didn't mention yet is we have these contraptions set up on the bench itself, and this is rotating the piece in place. Of course, it's really important for us to rotate in this moment because it's allowing us to heat up that ring entirely evenly all the way around. But we always have to keep the glass moving, whether it looks like it's cold or not, because the glass is slowly moving and it can fall off center and ruin the piece a little bit if we don't keep it turning. And this large fluffy flame torch we're using here, this actually just runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So this torch is being used to preheat the jacks, which are those two metal blades, just making sure we're not touching our hot piece of glass with a cold piece of metal, which can pull some of that heat out of the glass. And this is being used to deepen the grooves on either side of our fold in the glass. It is also straightening and evening out this fold at the same time. And once they're satisfied with how prominent that fold is, they'll be able to start going in and fully flaring this open and widening it out into this sort of bucket shape as it was described to me. So now going in with the jacks once again, we're able to slowly widen this from the inside. And just making sure that everything is staying straight and even. Sometimes we'll push a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece, and that's both smoothing and just evening out the opening. And once again, this pad, this is just folded up newspaper, and using it on the outside of the piece is most about symmetry. If we quickly turn, this creates something called centrifugal force, which is the outward pulling force from spinning, and that will push the glass into the newspapers, and it kind of smooths the outside of the piece out. Yeah, we went in briefly with the Soffietta again, that cone-shaped tool. And the cone is blocking off the opening to the piece, and it let the visiting artist blow a little bit more air in. So this is just quickly reinflating the shoulder of the piece, which this would usually be the top of the piece, this area where we're working so much, but this is actually at the bottom of the piece once again. So right now we're just trying to focus on creating these perfectly straight, even walls. So we're trying to find a way to apply even pressure across the entire outside of the piece without touching that ridge that we created. And so Gabe is trying out different tools, now moving on to a wooden paddle. So we'll see how that one works. And we do use a lot of wood in the hot shop. You can see that this paddle is completely charred because we use it so much to flatten certain areas of the glass. But it's really important to have wood in the hot shop even though it burns because it's an insulating material. So this is going to make sure that the glass is maintaining its heat. It's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the glass. And this is going to prevent thermal shock for the most part. And also just make sure that we can work with the glass a little bit longer. And you may have noticed already, but these are actually wooden blades. And this is very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, except we have, of course, those wooden blades. So we'll use them in areas that we don't want to cause any gouging or scraping. In this case, we're kind of squeezing in the area right underneath this ridge, closer to the pipe end. Just trying to, once again, smooth out these walls completely. They have pretty much the overall shape. They're just perfecting it, making sure those walls are perfectly straight. And sometimes we'll start to torch this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. And this is because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. It's naturally the coldest area of the glass. So to let everything else cool down while keeping other places warm enough, we want to make sure we are using this torch to distribute heat in different ways, heat up the cold areas. And we always need to go back into the furnace fully and heat up the entire thing overall. If we let the glass drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then we do risk thermal shock, which can crack or break our piece completely. At this point, it looks like we are getting ready to break this piece off. So some of you guys might have seen this earlier where we applied some water, cracked that connecting point, and then broke the piece off. So we'll be doing that same thing here. We're going to torch this connecting area until we see a little bit of movement. Then we can go ahead and break that piece off. So going in with a little bit of water, this is going to crack the glass from thermal shock. Then all we have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece off into these Kevlar gloves. And that's going to allow the artist to pick this piece of glass up and physically carry it over to be put away over on the left side of our hot shop today. And it looks like that was a clean break. They're just going to torch the bottom, flame polishing it, getting rid of any rough edges. And that piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing the second piece of the day. Thank you. So this box, this is our annealer, and it sits at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit while we are continuously using it throughout the day. And then once it's full or we're done using it, we just press a button and it slowly cools down overnight. It's a pretty long process to prevent thermal shock, and the thicker the glass, the longer that process is going to have to take. Now, I am going to double check and see what they're working on next, but I know that they're going to continue working on this same exact shape that you've been seeing, but I believe that they are going to start using some colored glass pretty soon here. These are just kind of prototypes in practice with the clear glass before we actually jump into using our expensive colored glass. And just to show off some examples of the color, we have some color down on this front table right here, and this is how we'll be using it today. It's coming in the form of color bar of color. So we'll take a section of it and we will melt it down completely and then drop it on top of a small clear bubble and then spread that, completely covering our bubble with that color. So if you were to look at the cross section of a colored piece of glass, you would usually see a thin layer of color, but the piece is still mostly clear glass sandwiched around that color. So yeah, it looks like they're deliberating, just kind of seeing what went well, what they want to change for next time. In the meantime, can I have our visiting artist slideshow up on the screen? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, I want to show off once again our visiting artist artwork. Her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh, and we have a lot of photos of her artwork. She works with glass in the hot shop, and she also works in neon bending, which is where you bend these glass tubes and you can fill them with noble gases and light them up with electrodes on either end, and that's how you create a classic neon sign. It's a really interesting process. And Victoria is actually going to be a teaching artist at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us, coming up pretty soon. And she's going to be teaching neon and glass blowing there. She'll also be having an exhibit coming up some point soon as well at the Museum of Craft and Design in San Francisco with She Bends. She Bends is a program or a company of female glass artists who bend neon. So we are switching gears just a little bit. So some of you guys saw the main body of the piece that we were just creating and put away. Well, now we are actually going to start working on the smaller section that sits on top of the piece. That's actually going to hold the candle itself. And this is, once again, our first attempt of this. So this is being made in clear glass. This is more so prototyping and practicing. And this is going to be using that same technique that we saw with our previous piece, where we're going to fold a section of glass onto itself to create this ring that we have on the side of our piece. But of course, this is going to be on a much smaller scale. And I know that these pieces are being made separately, the main body and then this candle holder on the top. But eventually, later on, they will be connected together, not hot in the hot shop, but probably cold. So this is going to be blown out while it's still hot. The blowing is going to happen really quickly. Whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, that's them blowing and expanding this glass like a balloon. But since this is such a small piece of glass, it's going to heat up very quickly, blow out very quickly. It's going to be easy to miss. These two metal blades that Gabe is using, these are the jacks, and he's using them currently to create a little divot in the glass near the pipe. This is where we're going to break this small piece off later on. And whenever we're holding them on the side, this is how we create a perfectly straight-walled piece, such as like a cup or a smaller vase, any sort of cylinder shape. And right now we're using a wooden paddle on the very bottom to completely flatten it. And this is the section that's probably going to be placed and attached to the larger piece of our glass. So there's not going to be a physical opening between these two pieces as if this is a neck and then the other piece is a body, but they are going to be closed off and a candle will be set inside of this one on the top. And for those who might be a little bit confused about what I'm talking about, I'm kind of pointing and gesturing to these sketches that we have on the floor. And we are creating the smaller section of this right now up on the top, and this is supposed to hold a candle. And this is actually a 13th century design, kind of drawing inspiration from our visiting artist's Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. And throughout this residency, which started today, by the way, we are going to see a pretty wide variety of different pieces being made, but it seems like a lot of them are going to be relating to light before we had electricity. And so we will see some candle holders such as this, and then we will see some oil lamp sort of designs, and that's kind of the theme for this residency. And at this point, it looks like we're getting ready to attach another pipe to the very bottom of this piece. So we are working on a smaller scale for this piece, but we're still doing the same thing as all of our other objects, which is we need to attach another pipe. And this is going to basically flip the orientation of the piece by allowing us to break the piece off from its original pipe completely. So once this is attached to the bottom and secure, they go ahead and break that off. And now they can start working on the other side. This is the side where we're going to create that fold in the glass, kind of that little ring that you see around the side. And this is a pretty interesting process. If we do it the same way as the last piece, what we'll do is we'll heat up that section of the glass to create the ring, and then we will push it outward. And this is going to kind of thin it out and get it ready to fold onto itself, and then we will literally squish it down and kind of fold the glass onto itself. That's going to create a physical ring on the outside of our piece. And it's kind of hard to see what Gabe is doing here because it's on such a small scale, but he's taking a pair of tweezers and he's pulling more than he's pinching, but he's pinching and pulling the opening out in a way. And he's going to get another heat and actually trim this glass off with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And this is just to thin out that area of the glass just around the opening, and it's also to get rid of any unevenness. Sometimes when we break a piece off of its previous pipe, that breaking can be a little bit uneven and kind of jagged. So this is just perfecting it. And there he goes in with a pair of shears. And now that we've trimmed off that bit of excess glass, we should be able to start opening it and doing whatever we need to from here to create that fold in our glass. I would say that what we're seeing right now is honestly relatively similar to goblet making, which is also working with small pieces of glass to create really fancy drinking glasses. And this can have a lot of different components in it, such as the stem. This one doesn't have a stem. And then the bowl, the drinking portion, and a foot. And next Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, and you can see how he's actually pushing the tips of the blades against the inside wall of the piece. And this has started to push that glass out, creating almost a little bit of a bump or a ring on the outside of the piece. And next, Gabe went in with the jacks, and he started to squeeze the glass a little bit on the side of the glass that he pushed out. It's a little bit hard to describe exactly what he's doing, but once again, first he pushed that glass outward, and then when he just came back, he was on the side of that bulge he created, and this is starting to compress that glass and fold it onto itself. So at this point, we already have that folded glass, and from here, he's going to be able to just start opening this up to its full size, which is more of a cylinder shape. And just to make sure the shape is completely smooth and more of a cylinder shape, sometimes we'll go on the outside of the piece, and that can close the shape down a little bit more. If we flared it out too much, it'll close it down. And at this point, it's looking like we are pretty much done with that shape. So to break this piece off, just like all of our previous pieces, we apply a little bit of water. This is cracking that connection point. And we're just walking this one straight over to our annealer to put it away. So that piece is done. And this is resting inside of that box at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Then with the press of a button later on, everything inside of there will cool down all at once. And it looks like we're getting started again over on the right bench. This is going to become another one of the bucket-shaped pieces of glass that this smaller piece will rest on top of. So this is how all of our projects start, is with a large amount of clear on the end of a pipe. We're going to blow this up. Yeah, it looks like we're going to continue working with clear until the second half of the day, just making sure we're getting the form down before we start using our colored glass. And since we're not working with color, and you guys probably won't get to see us do that till later, I think I do want to play a video showing how we get color in the glass in the first place. And this is a process that we're going to be using. This is called a color drop or color overlay. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And since we've had a few new people join here and there, I want to give a little overview of the hot shop, and then I'll also talk about our visiting artist that we have in here today, who is sitting at the center bench currently, by the way. But first off, if you haven't seen it already, this large tank with the closed door here, this is where we're getting our glass today. It's one of our glass furnaces. We do have multiple of these in the hot shop, just two, but they hold up to 1,000 pounds each, and they stay at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And they stay at that temperature 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us to use. Meanwhile, our other furnaces with the open faces, these are pretty different. They don't physically have anything inside of them except for basically a giant swirling ball of fire. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer to reheat that glass quickly. And those ones we do turn off when we're done using them, turn them back on maybe an hour or so before we get started again. And you guys already saw the process of getting color on our glass. We're going to be using some torches later on. One of them is pretty loud, so I like to point out my closed captioning up on the screen. It's pretty helpful. And we are just getting started again at the center bench. I want to point out this sketch that we have on the floor. This is exactly what we're creating right now. We're creating this sort of upside down bucket shape. And this is going to be a little bit smaller than the pieces that we were creating earlier today, apparently. So we're going in with a block, this wooden spoon shape tool. This is just smoothing and evening out the outside of the glass, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And this pad that we're using, this is actually just folded up newspaper. Sometimes we'll soak it or splash it with water, but that is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. And our visiting artist herself is sitting and working at the center bench. Her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh. And there's a little bit of information about her in your pamphlet that you received at the front of the museum. But she's here for 5 days, so full week residency while the museum is open during the week. And a lot of her work is going to be related to light before electricity. And so some of these pieces are supposed to be more of candle holders. Some of them are supposed to be more of a sort of oil lamp. And this one that we're making, this design is specifically from the 13th century. And a lot of these designs are also inspired by her Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. So we're going in with the jacks once again, these two metal blades. And we are starting to create the jack line, which is this divot near the pipe. This is where we're going to break this piece off of the pipe later on, so it's really important that we get that in. And sometimes you'll see us kind of hovering around with these wooden paddles. We're not necessarily touching them to the glass right here, but we are shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass itself. And by the way, the glass is so hot that it's creating its own light as well as heat, kind of like lava. That's why it appears as if it's orange or yellow sometimes, but the glass is actually just truly clear. Sorry, I might cut out. It's just clear glass right now, even though it looks kind of yellow. And right here, we're actually using one of those wooden paddles to physically flatten and create a flat bottom for this piece. And at the same time, we have the jacks on the side of the piece, those two metal blades. And this is supposed to push the glass into more of a crisp corner. This is usually done a couple of times just to make sure that that glass is really nice and crisp and angled in that corner. So we're going back in for another heat. And just to orient you a little bit, again, this area of the glass that we're working on that's furthest away from the pipe, that is actually going to be the top of our bucket shape. And that is going to stay closed. We're not going to be opening it or anything on that side. But we will be opening the bottom of our shape where the piece is going to be resting on a flat surface such as a table. So you really could think of this shape as an upside down bucket. So we're going in with a piece of cane, which is just a stick of glass, and we're just marking the center, the bottom of the piece, kind of giving ourselves a target to hit when we bring over a bit of clear to attach to the bottom. So we've just brought over that bit of clear and created just a small patch of clear, basically. Looks like there's just a little bit too much glass or a little string that we are getting off, but this will be flattened down into a disc or a pad. And this is where we're going to be attaching our second pipe right to the center of the bottom of this piece, right over that pad. And so Sarah's preparing that second pipe as well right away. So after heating that glass up one more time, we've brought over that second pipe, the punty. We've attached it right to the center of the bottom of that pad. Once this is fully centered and they're happy with how it looks, they're going to let it sit and just rest a little bit so that connection stops moving so much. In the meantime, they're going to apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which is this divot in the glass. This is our breaking point once again. Tap the pipe, and that will create a vibration that travels to our small cracks, and it should break that piece cleanly off. So at this point, the opening of the piece is still cold. When we've brought it back right now, we're more so just trying to center the pipe to the bottom of the piece while that connection is still warm and moving around quite a bit. And next, that's when we're going to start heating up just the opening and kind of the top end of the piece. And we'll start getting ready to create that ring that you can see around the base of our piece. Once again, this is a fold of glass. A lot of you guys saw that with the last piece we made, even though it was on a smaller scale. It's that same idea. So it looks like I just barely missed the trimming. So we used a pair of tweezers, pinched and pulled the opening out in a way. This is more pulling than it is pinching, and it's supposed to stretch the glass out just around the opening of the piece. And then all of that glass that we pulled out, it's all just excess. The texture, because of that pinching, is a little bit rough, so we just cut it off and be done with that. So this has left us with a perfect opening. It's thinned that glass out. It's evened everything out. And from here, we should be able to start working on that fold, which is going to create a ring around the outside of our piece. So now to create this ring, we've set the pipe inside of this contraption that's going to turn it in place instead of turning it back and forth across the bench. And we're going in with this really hot handheld torch. This torch gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's the hottest item in the hot shop. And we're just heating up a single ring of glass near the opening, and this is where we're going to be folding the glass onto itself. So once again, this is really similar to what we did with that last piece that was really, really small, except this one is just on a larger scale. And next we're going in with the Sophiana, which is this cone-shaped tool. And we blew for a moment. So once again, that cone is blocking off the opening of the piece, and it allows us to blow more air in even though it's been removed from its hollow pipe that it was on previously. And then what we were trying to do as well is we were pushing after Nick blew, and this is supposed to fold that glass in on itself. But it looks like we need to get it a little bit hotter and try that one more time. And next, Victoria is going in with the jacks and starting to cinch down a little bit behind the folded glass that she just created. And this is just making sure that ridge is going to be prominent. And once we are done with this, we'll be able to start opening this up and creating this bucket shape again. And for anyone that's recently joined, I want to reintroduce our visiting artist. She's sitting at the center bench working on this piece currently. This piece, just to point out, is based off of these sketches on the floor out of chalk. We're working on the bucket shape kind of at the lower portion of the piece. We have this smaller piece that sits on top, but that's something that's made separately, and then they attach them together way later on down the line. So we're just working on this bucket shape for now. And we have this ridge in the glass that we just created by folding the glass onto itself. And this is a pretty tricky technique. This is something that I haven't seen personally before today. But we have just finished that ridge, so now we should be able to start opening this up into our bucket shape. And I want to talk a little bit about our visiting artist. So her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh, and she's the one sitting at the center bench. Once again, she has some information in your pamphlets that you received at the front about her. But I have some more information that's not even on the pamphlet, such as she is actually going to be a teaching artist at Pilchuck, which is 2 hours north of us, a glass school. And she's going to have a class there as a teaching artist, once again, neon and glass blowing. For those of you who don't know, neon signs can actually be handmade. It's really interesting, the whole process. You bend glass tubing, you can fill it with different noble gases, and then you put electrodes on the end and light those noble gases up. That's how classic neon signs are made. And this woman knows how to bend neon signs herself. It's just really impressive. And so she's going to be teaching that at Pilchuck. And for these pieces, she's drawing inspiration from her Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. With this piece specifically, this is from the 13th century, and this is supposed to be a candle holder. So this really small piece that we have on top of the bucket is going to physically hold a candle in the future. I know it's kind of hard to see those sketches. We do have one right here inside of Victoria's sketchbook as well. So now after heating this glass up, we're able to start fully flaring it open using a pair of jacks, those two metal blades. And next, Victoria's going in with the newspapers. Once again, this is just folded up newspaper. And we're using it on the outside of the piece to compress the walls back down a little bit and create just a really smooth, straight wall for the bucket shape. So you can see that has straightened out the walls a little bit more. And so at this point, we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to do that first off when you see somebody getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves, but also when they start torching the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. When they start torching this pretty heavily, that means that they're getting ready to break it off. What they're looking for is a little bit of movement at that connection right at the base of the piece. Once they see that movement, then they know they can go ahead, apply some water. That's going to crack that connection and then fully break this piece off. So we're applying that water right now. This is as close as we could get to the bottom of the piece without actually touching the piece. Then we tap the pipe. Oh, and that breaks that piece off. It looks like this did crack the bottom a little bit. But luckily, since this is made out of clear glass, this is going specifically into a clear glass bucket, which means that we're going to break it apart later on and reuse that glass by throwing it back in the furnace. So this is why we always practice using clear glass, so that we can just completely reuse it. But we got really close, and that was a really good shape. The only thing is it cracked as we broke it off. And welcome to everyone who's joined us in the hot shop. Today we have visiting artist Victoria Ahmadizadeh, and she's the one at the center bench currently working with the glass herself. And could I actually have her slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen her slideshow yet, I haven't shown it off for a little while, but it's going up on the screen right now. Victoria works with neon, and she also works in the hot shop blowing glass like we are today. And she likes to combine these two mediums. So with some of these pieces on the screen, you'll see both of those mediums. And for those who don't know, neon bending is literally taking glass tubes and bending them over a flame, and then they can be filled with gases and lit up with electrodes on the end to create literal neon sign-like pieces. So this is how classic neon signs are made. It's something that kind of was dying out, but is being a little bit rediscovered and brought back, which is really cool. And Victoria is going to be a teaching artist at Pilchuck coming up soon. Pilchuck is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. She's going to be teaching neon and glass blowing during that class. And she's also going to have an exhibit coming up at the Museum of Craft and Design in San Francisco with She Bends, which is something that she's a part of. With these pieces that we're making today, we're just focusing on these pieces only, these sketches that you see on the ground. And it's kind of hard to describe exactly what these are other than a candle holder. So this upside down bucket shape, that is actually the base of the piece, the widest point of that. And then at the very top, we have a smaller piece, and that is what we're making right now. This is what's going to hold the candle itself. Well, I'm not going to say the only complicated thing, but the most complicated thing about this piece is creating these rings that are on the outside of the piece, and that's being created by actually folding the glass onto itself. So we're going to see them do that pretty soon with this small piece of glass at the center bench. It is on a pretty small scale, so it'll be a little hard to see, but I'll describe as they go along. But this piece that you see a sketch of on the ground, this design is from the 13th century and is kind of drawing inspiration from our Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. So a lot of these pieces, actually all of them, are going to be light related before we had electricity. So it's going to be about oil lamps and about candle holders like this one here. And while I had that slideshow up on the screen, at the center bench, they brought over a second pipe. They attached it to the center, the bottom of the piece, and they broke the piece off from its original pipe. So that's where we're at right now. We basically just flipped the orientation of the piece, and we have access to the other side. So now we can start to open this up, and you'll see, once again, how we get that ring around the outside of the piece, which is going to be folded glass. And if anyone has any questions throughout this process, whether it's about the visiting artists or just questions about the glass, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Yes, so this building is actually based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway here. And they were called wigwam burners or beehive burners. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps. And so this building is mostly just paying tribute to what this area used to be and used to be used for. And other than that, it's mostly just to be cool and show off. It's all shiny and tall. Yeah, we do have a fan at the top that pulls hot air out, but we could have had a building like half this height and been just fine. So it's mostly just to be eye-catching. Oh, and another function about it is it's actually tilted on its side, and that just gives us a little bit more floor space. Yeah, at the center bench, Victoria's going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and it's kind of hard to see what she's doing at this small scale, but she's actually using the tips of the blades and pushing on the inside of the cylinder as she turns. So this is pushing the glass out on the outside of the cylinder, and eventually they will go in and they'll push it down towards the pipe, and that's going to fold the glass onto itself. So if you didn't see it earlier, once again, Victoria's going in and pushing at the inside of the piece with the jacks. So it's looking like that specific little piece of glass wasn't going quite how they wanted, so they've put it inside of our clear glass bucket, which once again, anything we put inside of here will eventually be broken up and then thrown back into our clear glass furnace to melt down again. So we will be completely reusing that piece of glass. But we are getting started on the next one. This is more so practice for the future ones that we're going to be making. We're working with all clear glass right now, which once again can be completely reused. Meanwhile, if we're working with colored glass, we cannot reuse that. Whenever we use colored glass, we will use small amounts of it with large amounts of clear, so it's diluting the color. And technically, you probably could reuse it, but at that point, it's too diluted to be used in that way anymore. And you also can't reuse it as clear glass, of course, because the clear glass furnace is only clear. So it's a little bit of an in-between. Yeah, it totally depends on what you're doing, who the artist is, and their comfort level. Like if we're making something super complicated like goblets, like a really fancy glass with a stem. This one doesn't have a stem, so it's not even as hard as it could be. Those ones they'll usually try over and over and over again, maybe like an entire day of only clear, and then they will be able to move on. But yeah, it's really important that we don't waste our colored glass because it's so much more expensive than the clear glass, and glass in general is expensive on top of that. But yeah, the colors are using precious metals and minerals sometimes, such as gold chloride is literally using a form of gold. So that's one of the most expensive colors that you can find. And I believe we will be using some pinks and reds, it looks like, which some of those do come from gold chloride. But yeah, we're supposed to see some colored glass in the second half of the day, actually. So at the center bench, we've basically just blown out this small clear glass cylinder. And over on the right bench, Sarah's been preparing a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. This will be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of our piece. And then we'll completely break this cylinder off of the pipe that it's on right now. So some of you guys saw that earlier. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is just to get access to the other side or another side in general of the piece. And this is something that we do with almost anything that we make in the hot shop, whether it's blown or sculptural. And to break that piece off, it was pretty fast, but all we did was we applied some water and that cracked that connecting point. Then we tapped the pipe, that breaks that piece cleanly off. And Victoria's just started going in with a pair of tweezers, and it looks like she's pinching the opening, but she's actually pulling more than she is pinching. And this is to stretch that glass out in that little section right at the top of the piece. And eventually she's going to go in and trim all of this excess glass off using a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And this is just to get rid of any thick glass that remains around the opening of the piece. something that they do for a lot of blown pieces in general. And right here, Victoria's going in with a pair of jacks, these 2 metal blades. And she's actually creating a divot right at the base of all of that glass she pinched out. So in fact, rather than trimming this glass off, we will simply be breaking it off completely. And after heating this glass up one more time, Victoria is going to start getting ready to create that fold in the glass. And this is started off by taking those jacks and pushing on the inside of our cylinder. You can see that this is bulging the glass out a little bit, kind of in the middle of the cylinder. And this is going to be done a couple of times until this has thinned that glass out enough that we're able to completely press it down and fold that glass onto itself. And the purpose of this, once again, is basically just to get this physical ring on the outside of the glass. This can be done in multiple ways, but this certain technique is the same technique that was used to create these original 13th century pieces. So our artist is just trying to recreate these as close to the originals as possible. And as you just saw there, she started going on the outside of the piece with the jacks this time and squeezing in the glass a little bit on either side of that bulge. This is going to start pushing that glass together, creating that fold. Yeah, up on the screen we have a little bit of a better view of this. So you can see that we have created that ridge a little bit already, folding that glass onto itself. And once again, this is more of a practice piece. We are working with only clear glass as to not waste any glass color. And other than that ridge that they just created, this piece is going to remain overall just this cylinder shape that we have here. And this is going to specifically hold a single candle later on down the line once this piece is cooled down and at room temperature again. So this piece was successful, so they are keeping this one. To break this off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water to this connecting area. And this is just going to be walked straight over to our annealer where it's going to slowly cool down overnight and knocked off straight into the annealer, just like our last one that we made. And that was our last piece before lunch. Let's give them a round of applause for all their effort in the hot shop so far. Thank you. So I know that felt pretty fast, but if anyone has any final questions for me, please ask away. In the meantime, we're going to have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, and we will have the official return time posted on the screen eventually as well. It's always about an hour from when we leave, so you can expect us at around 2 p.m. to come back. All right, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined. Today we actually have a visiting artist in the hot shop, so if you haven't seen her or heard of her already, I just want to point her out. She is in the back with the sort of green-gray shirt, back left, and her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh. And we are going to be making a huge variety of work during this residency of hers here at the museum. Today is just the first day of this residency, and we've been focusing on a very specific project, which I just want to point out the sketch on the floor in the back there. That is what we're going to be working on. And this color is actually relatively accurate as well. We're about to start working with an iris gold color, apparently. So we're supposed to have a gold color for this piece. And if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about the visiting artist. It can be questions about the glass. But I do want to give a little bit of an overview and talk about the piece that we're making real quick as well. So first off, once again, Victoria's here for a full week residency. And she's going to be a teaching artist at Pilchuck coming up very soon. Pilchuck is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And she's actually a neon and glassblowing artist. So as you've been watching this slideshow, you've been seeing all of her previously made artwork and some of the process photos. And just in case you guys didn't know, neon signs, the way that they were classically made is by bending glass tubing and then filling them with gases, such as a noble gas, and then putting electrodes on the ends of the tubes and shooting electricity through it, and that creates a neon sign. And they usually use neon, that kind of orangey red color, which is what happens when you light up neon gas. But you can actually use many different kinds of gas to get different colors. It's just a whole nother realm in the glass world. It's really interesting. And that is something that she does herself. And for this piece specifically, of course, we are working in the hot shop. We're actually going to be working with some color for this piece. Previously, earlier this day, we were working with all clear glass just to kind of get some practice in before we started using expensive colored glass. And you will see us working with something like this. This is a piece of color bar. We're just going to take a section of it and melt it down and then use it on our project in the hot shop. And as for this piece itself here, we're going to be starting with the small section up at the very top. That looks as if it's a little cylinder sitting on top of a bucket. And that is what we're working on at the center bench. This is actually going to be used to hold a literal candle later on. So it's not going to be open in the bottom. It looks kind of like it might be a neck for like a bottle, but it's actually a closed bottom, and we'll be placing a candle inside of it. And then as for the bucket itself, we'll be making this next, kind of using the proportions of the first piece we create and the same colors. And this bucket is completely open on the bottom, so it literally is shaped as if it's an upside down bucket. And this design, once again, is a candle holder, and it's from the 13th century. And our artist is drawing inspiration from her Puerto Rican and Persian heritage. So she will be working with a pretty wide variety of designs that are relating to lighting specifically before we had electricity. So we'll be seeing some oil lamp designs, we'll be seeing some candle designs such as candelabras. It'll be an interesting residency. And we've, yeah, I got it. Yes, so once again, we are going to be starting with the smaller section up on top. And this will be physically holding a candle later on. Yeah, so for those who are just joining in, I'm gesturing to this drawing on the floor, this chalk drawing, and we're working on the smaller section up on top, which will literally be holding a candle later on. And Gabe was just describing to me how they're going to put this whole piece together when they finish everything off. But first, we're just going to focus on this candle section, and then we'll move on to creating the larger bucket shape. And then at the very last step, this is what he was describing to me, they're going to place that bucket on a large wooden board, kind of like what they have laid out right here. And they're just going to let it sit there right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is solid glass. And then they'll torch the top, superheat it, and then stick the last little piece on that they're making right now. So pretty complicated process. I'll make sure to walk everyone through it. So at the center bench, we've just taken our pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and we are sectioning off just the very end of the bubble. And this is eventually just going to be cut off. This is just some excess glass. It's probably a little bit too thick for them to use. So something interesting about this process is the creation of these physical rings on the outside of the glass that you see in the drawing. We actually have one ring around the smaller section, and then we have one ring around the bucket sort of section. And this is going to be done by folding the glass onto itself. And this is just a really interesting process to me because this is something I hadn't even seen before today. But we are going to be doing that as soon as we create a cylinder out of this little blown piece of glass here. So we will be using a variety of torches throughout this entire process overall. And I just wanted to talk about the heat of that torch that we were using just a second ago. You can see that it's this really bright blue flame. It's actually the hottest item in our hot shop. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that might not mean anything to some of you guys because you don't know the temperature of the glass yet. So I just wanted to point out that as well. So in the very beginning of our process, we used this large tank with the closed door that you see in the back. And this is holding a large pool of molten glass inside of it in this large ceramic tank, kind of like a giant pot of honey. And that glass is sitting at a steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays running 24/7, so that glass is always ready for us. So this torch is over twice the heat of the molten glass. It's going to very quickly heat up small sections. It's really helpful for getting details in our artwork. And we'll be using it a lot later on to create those rings or the folded sections of glass. So this piece is a little bit different from all of the previous clear pieces we were making earlier in the day. I'm not sure how many of you guys were here for the first half of the day, but when we made the clear pieces earlier, we completely flattened the bottom of this cylinder. But in this case, we actually have a little bit of a bump on the bottom of this cylinder, and that's because this is where we're going to be attaching it to the top of our bucket-shaped piece later on. And that's going to allow us to superheat that little nub and then just squish it down. We don't need it to be perfectly flat. And if it was perfectly flat, it might not connect evenly. And right now, we're not changing the shape of this at all at the center bench. Meanwhile, we are going to bring over a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. This is called the punty, the second pipe that we attach to a piece. It's basically just going to give us access to the other side of the piece, just flipping the orientation. So once that's attached to the bottom and secure, all they do is they break that piece off of its original pipe by applying a little bit of pressure. With bigger pieces, we actually apply water to crack that connection point, but with a small piece like this, it actually causes small cracks just by squeezing that connection point. And now that we've done that, you can see that we have this small opening. We have a really good view of it up on the screen, by the way. And this is where we're going to start creating our fold in the glass. So as long as they're happy with this shape, then they will be able to start going in and pushing from the inside of the cylinder. And this is going to start pushing the wall out. And we need to be able to do that to even collapse it onto itself. Yes, so I get questions about the visiting artists and how much they work with the glass while they're here during the residency. And so I just wanted to mention that our visiting artist, Victoria, she does work with glass herself, and she was making some of these pieces earlier today. But it's so hard to beat the experience that our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team has, which is everyone else down on the hot shop floor. They all have between 20 and 30 years of glassblowing experience professionally. They do it as a full-time job for almost that entire amount of time. So they are able to very quickly create these pieces, and they are able to look at somebody's sketch and just see what techniques they need to use to get that shape. They're just impressively professional. But yes, our visiting artist, she does work with glass herself. And of course, she's the one that designed all these pieces. We have some really good sketches up on the front, but just want to point out once again that this is exactly what we're working on here for anyone recently that's joined, that sketch on the ground. And I just missed a tiny little step at the bench. So we used a pair of tweezers. We pinched and pulled the opening out. This is mostly just stretching, kind of thinning that area of the glass out. And then we went in very quickly with a pair of shears and trimmed all of that extra glass off. This is just leaving us with a thin wall and an even opening. And now that we have done that, we will soon be able to see them push from the inside of the piece Yes, so actually right now, it's kind of hard to see, but Gabe is pushing with the tips of the blades on the inside of the cylinder, and this is starting to push the wall of the cylinder outward. Once again, this is just our first step for folding the glass onto itself. And now that we have pushed that glass outward, we're going back in with the jacks. Once again, those two metal blades. And it's kind of hard to see how he's angling the blades here, but he has one blade on one side of that bump and then one blade on the other side. And that's kind of pushing those two sides together and squishing that glass, folding it onto itself. And we'll probably do that one more time, even everything out. And then once we have that fold, we'll be able to just open this up as we would any other normal piece, just to create a small cylinder shape. And so for anyone that's recently joined, I want to direct everyone's attention to this sketch on the floor again. So it's kind of hard to explain exactly what this piece is, but this small section is this section on the very top here. And it's supposed to hold a candle. So that's the purpose of this object, is to hold a candle. And this bigger bucket section, we're going to make that separately from this small piece and eventually attach the two together. So this is a multi-part, multi-step piece. It's pretty complicated, really. But yeah, we're just starting with the small section first, and as soon as we finish it, we'll probably set it aside in here, which is the garage. And this box runs at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's just going to keep that glass hot enough to prevent thermal shock, but also cold enough that it's not going to change shape or melt. Yes, so once again, we took that small piece that we were making at the center bench and we set it aside in the garage to stay warm. And I was just getting a little bit more information on the color. This is a reducing color, so if we hit it with a certain flame, that's going to pull the metals to the surface of the color and create a sort of metallic appearance. And so this color specifically is supposed to look more golden. And I don't have a good example for you all, but you will be able to see it with your own eyes later on when we use the flame to change the color. That's what they were trying to do at the center bench, but Gabe was telling me that it was still a little bit too hot to quite react in the right way, so we'll try again later on. But yeah, this color is supposed to react and turn a sort of golden color, and we'll see that happen. But that's why we are melting this color like we are over on the right bench, and we're just sticking it straight on the end of the pipe, like you see them doing now. Usually what we'll do is we'll melt down sections of color and we'll drop it on top of a clear bubble. But instead, we want the color on the surface, or in this case, on the inside of the piece, it's completely exposed so that we're able to react it and pull those metals to the surface. It's a little bit of a complicated way of doing it, but if anyone's curious about it, I can explain further. Yes, so good question. So our visiting artist today is actually here as a sort of partnership with Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And that means that she was sent here because she is an artist in residence over at Pilchuck. But there are other kinds of residencies here at the Museum of Glass. There are ones that people can apply to, and there are many applicants every year. They only select a handful of them because there's only so much time in a year. But yeah, we have all sorts of people visiting almost every single week, really. The calendar's pretty busy right now. So our visiting artist is an adjunct associate professor at Tyler School of Art. So that's where she mainly creates her artwork, and that's in Philadelphia. Yes, so I get questions every now and then, and I want to talk about this program just in case anyone knows any youth that lives locally. So there's a program out here called Hilltop Artists. It allows kids 12 and up to blow glass, and it's a completely free program. They have summer programs, after school clubs. They have a production team as soon as the kids get a little bit of skills under their belt, then they're able to make some art for the program to sell. And I'm an alumni of that program, so I know a whole lot about it. And I just like to talk about it every now and then if anybody is curious. So over on the right bench, we added our color onto the very end of the pipe so that the color is exposed on the inside of our piece. And since then, we have blown the bubble out a little bit, and we've gathered a layer or two of clear over top. And we're going to continue to do this until we have all of the mass that we need for this piece. So we gather layer after layer of clear just to make the piece a little bit bigger. And once we have all the glass we need, we move over to the center bench where we start to fully blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. And I just want to point out once again that this piece of glass specifically is going to turn into this sort of a bucket shape, this larger shape. And we've already created that smaller shape, set it aside. And each time we gather a layer of clear, you'll see them using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. It's basically just smoothing and evening out the surface of the glass, making sure the bubble will blow out evenly from within. And we'll usually use it twice before actually expanding the bubble inside. And this is our pipe cooler. I know we've used it already today, but we just set the pipe down into this trough of water and it rapidly cools down, allowing us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And now we've moved this over to the center bench, so this is telling me that we probably have all the glass we need for this project, and we can start to blow it out and turn it into that bucket shape. Yes, so all the furnaces are natural gas and forced air, and that applies to both the glass furnaces and the reheating furnaces. But the torches run off of propane and oxygen, and our annealers, such as these large black boxes, those are electric. So we have many different kinds of power coming into the hot shop. Now this pad that we're using, this is actually just folded up newspaper that will soak or splash with water. That is all that material is. And this can kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out depending on where we're positioning it. And it's also just going to cool the bubble down if we have water on the newspapers. And we will start using these wooden paddles quite a bit right here because our hands and arms are going to be close to the glass. So to prevent that glass from radiating too much heat onto our skin, we will hover around with these wooden paddles and shield the artist. And next, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and creating the jack line, which is this divot in the glass. This is really important because this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. Now, just to orient you all a little bit, the area that's furthest from the pipe, so the very end of the bubble, that's actually going to be the top of our bucket where we're going to be placing that little piece of glass that we made earlier. So to create this more cone-like shape, we've heated up part of the bubble and we've hung it down towards the floor. And this is using gravity as a tool to stretch this glass out, creating that longer, almost cone-like shape. And now to get closer to the exact shape we're looking for, we're using this large wooden board that's laid out. And this just applies an even pressure across the entire wall of the glass all at once. So we oftentimes use this when we're creating perfect cylinders or perfect cone shapes like we are today. And now that we have the overall shape, I think next we're going to start flattening the bottom of the piece, or in this case, the top of the piece. So this time when we went into the furnace, we heated up only about this much of the bottom of the piece. And this is going to make sure that we're not changing the shape of anything else other than this one area we're focusing on. And now we are pushing relatively hard with the wooden paddle on the bottom and using the jacks on the side still. Once again, those two metal blades. And this is really pushing that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. It would be really hard to create that crisp corner without having two people applying pressure at the same time. Because when you push this liquid in one direction, it's just going to go another direction. But if you push it from both at the same time, it's going to be pushed into that nice angle. And this right here, this is just a piece of cane, which is a stick of colored glass. But we are using it to mark the bottom of the center of the bottom of the piece, giving us a target to hit when we bring over this bit of clear glass that you'll see in a moment. So we're going to be attaching a small bit of clear to the very end of this piece. And this is going to be flattened into a little pad of glass. And this is exactly where we're going to be attaching that small piece of blown glass we made earlier. And before breaking a piece off of a pipe, you'll usually see them torching that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is important in this case because when we break this piece off, we're going to have to apply a little bit of water to crack that connection. And those cracks can travel through cold glass. But if we keep the surrounding glass warm, those cracks will stay just where they're placed and not spread anywhere. And next we've just brought over a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is the punty. The purpose of the punty is to attach to the piece, and then this allows us to break the piece completely off. And from there we'll have access to the other side of the piece. So now that that connection is secure, we're going in with that water, cracking that connection, tapping the pipe, and that piece breaks cleanly off. And they've just brought the piece back. But at this point, the piece itself is still cold. Meanwhile, that connection right at the end of the pipe is still really hot to the point of it moving. So while they still have movement, they'll go ahead and just make extra sure that it's very, very centered to the bottom. If it's off center even a little bit, that can make the entire piece a little bit wonky later on. And at this point, you can see we've heated up the entire front of this piece. And with that heat, Gabe is going to go in with the tweezers, and he's pulling more than he's pinching here, but he's pulling this out, and this is stretching out the very top of this piece. And all of this glass is just excess that's going to be trimmed off later on, but this is just to make sure that the opening is smooth and straight and even. And after just one more heat, Gabe goes in with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors, and cuts all of that excess glass off, leaving him with a perfect opening. And pretty soon here, you're going to see them create this ring that we have around the outside of our bucket shape. This is kind of near the base of the piece, right where we have the opening. And the way that we're going to do this is much like the last piece that we made, the smaller section on top. And if you weren't there for that one, I'll just give a quick explanation. So we're going to be pushing from the inside of the piece, and this is going to create a bump kind of on the outer side of the piece. And then they'll actually squish the glass together, and this is going to kind of fold that glass onto itself and create a ring on the outside. It's something interesting, and I haven't even personally seen it before today, so it's a little hard for me to describe it, but we will be seeing that pretty soon here before they even fully open this piece up. So the small flame right here, this is actually just propane and oxygen. Yeah. Speaking of this flame, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but for those who haven't heard about it, this really hot focused flame, you can tell it's so hot because it's bright blue. It's actually the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself, which is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, just to give you a comparison. So this is going to very quickly heat up a ring of glass, kind of just beneath the opening of this piece. And that is going to be where they will fold the glass onto itself. But in order to do that, they have to superheat this section, and then they'll thin that area of the glass out and then collapse it onto itself. And you can also see that the pipe is now spinning in place instead of being rolled back and forth across the bench. So we've set up a specific contraption so that we can focus that flame and be like really accurate in making sure that it heats up the same area evenly. Yeah, I think I see you guys pointing at the sketch on the ground maybe. Yeah, the sketch on the ground is exactly what we're making right now. We're working on the larger portion of it at the moment, and it's kind of hard to imagine it right now, but the area that's connected to the pipe is the top of the piece, and that's where we're going to be connecting an even smaller piece that will hold a candle later on. And this section that we're working on right now, this is actually kind of the base of the piece where it's going to be resting on a flat surface such as a table. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to describe it, but that's what they're doing right now. They just went in with a tool called the Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool, and they used it to briefly inflate that area of glass that they superheated, and that thinned it out. And then they very quickly pushed on the opening of the piece, and that squished and kind of folded the glass onto itself. And that is the folding that I was talking about earlier. It's just creating this rim, or not even rim, it's just creating this band of folded glass around the entire piece, kind of near the base. And I know it's still not quite the shape that we have on the floor, but we're getting there. We're just perfecting this ridge or this fold before we move on. But once this glass is completely folded and they're happy with how that looks, then they'll be able to fully flaring it out and opening it into that bucket shape. Yes, so now Gabe is going in with the jacks, once again those two metal blades, and he's pushing relatively hard on the inside of the piece, slowly widening this. Oh yeah, and this is the reason why we keep this torch constantly lit back here, so we could just reach back with that smaller torch and immediately ignite it. Yeah, that torch is almost always running no matter what project we have. It's just quite a process to turn the gas off and then turn it back on and then relight it every single time. So we just keep it running. And next we're going in with 2 wooden blades. These are called the pachofis. And these are very similar to the jacks, which are the 2 metal blades. But when we use these wooden blades, it's not going to cause any gouging or scraping in the glass. It allows the glass to maintain its heat a little bit longer. So we've opened up this piece to pretty much its full size. Whenever we apply pressure on the outside of the piece, like we're doing right now with the newspapers, we are kind of crunching the shape back down a little bit and just evening out the walls. Just making sure everything is symmetrical and smooth and straight. And just to apply an even pressure across the entire piece of glass at the same time, looks like Gabe was using a wooden paddle, just has this really nice wide flat surface. As soon as they're happy with this shape, then that means that the piece is pretty much done. And for those who have joined a little bit later, right now we are once again working on the lower portion of this piece that is drawn out on the floor in chalk. And we've already created the smaller section that'll be sitting on top. I just want to point out it's sitting inside of this big silver box right here called the garage. And it's staying nice and warm in here at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is preventing thermal shock. It's also cold enough to not melt it or change its shape. And so as soon as we're done with this lower portion of our piece, this sort of bucket shape, I've been told that we'll break that bucket off, and then we will heavily torch the area that we want to connect the smaller piece to, and then we'll just connect the 2 pieces together right then and there, and then put it away. And that will be a really quick process. We have to be quick when the glass is cooling down so that we don't get any thermal shock. So it's called iris gold, and it starts off as trying to remember exactly what it looked like when we started. I think it was a little bit red, like a little transparent red piece of glass. But when you use it, you can see that it changes into this almost oily sheen sort of color. And this is a reducing color. So reducing color, when you apply a certain flame to it, it's going to change into a metallic color because it's pulling the metals to the surface of the glass. And so this one is supposed to end up looking golden. And that's why it's called iris gold. Yeah, it'll be interesting. So what's interesting is the color's exposed on the inside of the piece, so on the inside of the bucket. It's not exposed on the outside. So when they apply the flame, they're going to have to torch the inside of the piece to get that metal on the surface of the glass. Yeah, you can see them setting up their station over here already. So once again, this is going to be broken off and placed with the opening down so that they can go ahead and attach that smaller piece on top. And at the same time, they're preparing that smaller piece. They're just going to lightly heat it up so that it doesn't crack or break when they use it. So whenever we use the torch, we're heating up just small sections of glass at a time, focusing the heat to that one area. In this case, we're heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe. And this is important because we're looking for a little bit of movement in that connection. But we don't want to heat up the piece itself. Otherwise, when we break it off, it could start to lose its shape. Yeah, so they're just trying to balance the heat just right. It's a little complicated. And you can see the flames coming out of the furnace here. I just want to point out that is the type of flame that we use to reduce the glass and get those metals to the surface. But it's a little bit hard to do this as well. We have to let the glass cool down, and then when we go into that flame, it's supposed to reduce the glass. So next we're going to break this piece off of the pipe. And to do that, we just apply a little bit of water to that connecting point right at the end of the pipe. This is causing small amounts of cracking. Then we tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off into these Kevlar gloves. At the same time, we've just broken off that small piece that we're going to be placing on top. And so now to do this, we will place that bucket upside down, and we're just going to superheat that connecting point, and then it very quickly place that small piece on top. Once again, this small piece is supposed to be a candle holder, so we will place a literal candle in this later on once it's cool. And now they've just connected the two together, and that means that they are done with that piece. Let's give them a huge round of applause for all their effort. So that has successfully gone into the annealer. We have these annealers throughout the hot shop. They stay at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and we continuously put pieces in them throughout the day. And then once it's full or once we're done, we will press a button, and it's programmed to very slowly cool down overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer that process takes. So we're not going to see that piece again until tomorrow, but it's been successfully put away, and it's going to prevent thermal shock. And we will get started on the next one pretty soon here. That was our first piece that we made with color today. And that was also the first piece that we physically attached those two pieces together. So that was just a really big piece today. And for now, could I have Victoria's slideshow up on the screen, please? So for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen we have our visiting artist artwork going by in a slideshow. So once again, today we have visiting artist Victoria and her different kinds of art that she works with. She's a neon bender, and she is also a glass blower, such as in the hot shop. And for neon bending, this is something that I like to explain a little bit more, because a lot of people haven't heard of it. But the way they used to make neon signs is by literally hand bending tubes of glass, and then they would fill it with different gases, such as literal neon gas, and then they would put electrodes on the end, send electricity through it, and that creates a classic neon sign. And this is something that I've been told was kind of dying out for a little while, and people like Victoria are kind of bringing it back. So we can actually fill them with many different kinds of gases. It isn't just neon, pretty much any of the noble gases. Yes, so once again, this is just the very beginning of our process. This really small bubble here is actually going to turn into this very top section of this sketch on the floor here. And this small section is actually what is physically going to hold a candle. This is supposed to be a sort of candle holder. And after we create this small piece of glass, it's set aside to stay warm inside of the garage. And then we will blow the larger section and then pull that small section back out and attach everything together hot in the hot shop. So this is a multi-part and multi-step piece. It'll be a pretty complicated process. And I kind of missed the coloring process earlier, but what you saw them doing was they had something called color bar, which I have some examples here, are these large pieces of colored glass. We'll take a section of it and melt it down, and then use it within other layers of clear glass to create pieces. And with this project today, we're specifically having the color exposed on the inside of the piece. So when we torch it with a certain flame, this is going to reduce the color, bringing the metal to the surface and creating a sort of metallic color. That's the idea anyways. It's supposed to end up a sort of gold color. This is an iris gold piece of glass that we were using to create these colors. So we've just brought over a second pipe to the bottom of our little cylinder shape at the center bench. This pipe is attached right to the center of the bottom, and then they just go ahead and break that piece off of its original pipe. And this is something we do for any piece we make in the hot shop, no matter if it's blown or if it's sculptural. This is basically just to get access to the other side of the piece. Right here, it's still cold. We're just going to make sure that pipe is centered to the bottom. Access to the other side of the piece. So originally, the side that we're working on now was attached to the other pipe. But now that we've attached this second pipe to the bottom and broken that off, we have basically flipped the orientation of the piece. And we do that for any piece we make. Yeah, our visiting artist, Victoria, just brought up this piece of colored glass and was showing me this is what the color looks like before they reduce it. And just to re-explain reducing, later on you'll see us use a specific flame. We're going to turn the furnace a certain way so that flames start kind of shooting out the top. It's really interesting. And this is called a reduction flame. The purpose is to pull the metals out of the glass and kind of to the surface of the glass. And this glass color actually has silver inside of it, so it's supposed to create a sort of silver color, and it has this nice sort of yellow or gold base. So it's going to look kind of gold when it's done. And it looks like we've just finished heating up the very opening of the piece. And Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, and he's pulling more than he's pinching, but he's pinching and pulling the opening out. And eventually he'll go in and trim all of this extra glass off with a pair of shears. This is just to get rid of that thickness that we had there right at the opening, thin that area of the glass out. And by the way, I want to mention, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. And for those of you on the sides, it might be kind of hard for me to see you, but be persistent and I'll make sure I find you. And pretty soon here, we're going to see Gabe start the process of creating this fold in the glass. It's kind of hard to describe, but with this drawing on the floor, you can see these rings on the outside of both the bucket shape and the smaller shape on top. So to create those rings, we're actually going to be pushing the glass out from the inside of the piece, and then we will fold the glass onto itself. It's kind of an interesting process, and I haven't even seen it before today, so it's a little bit hard for me to describe, but we'll be seeing that very shortly. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to tell, but Gabe is using the very tips of these two blades right here to push at the inside of this piece. This is starting to push out the side of the cylinder a little bit, just near the opening. And by the way, these little flames that you see coming out of the opening of the piece, this is just burning beeswax that's coming off of the blades and falling into the piece and just continuously burning. We use beeswax on the jacks specifically, those two metal blades, because we use them so continuously on the glass that if they were to get hot enough, they could actually stick to the glass. They also make this really terrible nails on chalkboard sound when we don't wax them enough. And next, it looks like we've pushed the glass out enough that we're able to start collapsing that glass down onto itself and creating that fold. So Gabe is going on the outside of the piece this time with the jacks. And you can already see that shape taking place a little bit where they've folded that glass. And now that we've created that fold or ring, we're able to go in and start to fully open this up into that straight cylinder. And once again, once we create that cylinder, this will just be set aside to stay warm inside of the garage at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we'll start working on the larger section of our piece, that sort of bucket shape. And it's going to be that same process of applying the color to the end of our pipe, gathering layers of clear over top of it, and then we'll be blowing it out. So this piece was designed by our visiting artist, Victoria, and there is some information about her in your pamphlet. She's here for a full week residency, so this is just starting today. We'll go all the way through Sunday. Yeah, and I just want to talk a little bit about her ideas behind these pieces. So this one, once again, is supposed to hold a candle on the very top, and you'll see a theme in all of her pieces during this residency. They're all relating to light before electricity. So there's going to be some pieces that hold candles. There's going to be some pieces that are kind of like oil lamps. And she has a ton of designs and sketches in this sketchbook up in the front. I'm sure she'd love to show you if anyone was curious. Yes, so we've just gotten started over on that ripe edge again. We've just added our color to the very end of the pipe. And next we'll start gathering layers of clear over top of this, mostly just to build up some mass for the piece. But once again, this is going to turn into the main body of our piece if we're still going through the process that they told me earlier. And it sounds like they're going to try to change a couple of small things about this piece. I'm not sure if you guys saw the last piece we made, but we attached the smaller piece to the top of the bucket at the very end, and they're hoping to make a couple of slight adjustments for this one when they go ahead and do that again. Yeah, so if you haven't seen it already, we just went inside of this large tank with a closed door. This is our glass furnace. It's holding a very large pool of molten glass inside of a ceramic tank. Honestly, kind of like a jar of honey. That's a really good comparison. So each time we go in there, we are gathering another layer of clear over top of what we already have. And that's just building up layer after layer after layer whenever we let that previous layer cool down and then go in again. And we are now using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. This is just smoothing and evening out the very surface of the glass, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within. If we were to just leave it as is after we gather a layer of clear and just blow it, it would blow out into the hotter portions of the glass, and it would blow out less in the colder portions, leaving us with an uneven bubble. And for those who have just joined in, I just wanted to point out once again this sketch on the floor here. This is what we're making right now. And we are actually making the larger section of this piece, which is this bucket shape at the bottom. So it's looking like we'll get one more layer of clear over top of this, and then that should be all the glass we need for this project. We'll usually start our projects on the side benches. We'll apply the color, gather all the glass we need. Then once we have all that material, we move over to the center bench and start to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. So in this case, it looks like when we gathered from the furnace this time, there's maybe a small air bubble or a particle inside of the glass. So we're just quickly picking those out before we continue on. And it's not going to really affect anything since we're picking it out right away. Only the surface of the glass is superheated, so this is not going to affect the shape of any of the glass underneath, such as the color. And now that we've picked those out, we can start to re-smooth out the surface of the glass. Yeah, by the way, every now and then we've been using this pipe cooler. That's what this trough is over here. Just a trough of water, splashing water up onto the pipe when we run it through it. It's just going to allow us to handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And since we have a little bit of time right now, I think I do want to show off some more of our visiting artist artwork since we've had a few new people join here and there. So could I have some of Victoria's artwork up on the screen, please? Could I have some of Victoria's artwork up on the screen, please? It'll pop up. But our visiting artist, I want to point her out to you all. She's the one in the sort of green-gray shirt, closer to the right side of the hot shop. And she's actually visiting from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And she's an adjunct associate professor at Tyler School of Art there. And that is where she mainly works on her own artwork. She's actually a neon bending artist as well as a glass blower, such as what we're doing in the hot shop here. And so I wanted to show off some of that artwork because she does like to work with neon glass, which is very, very niche, even compared to glass blowing. Glass blowing is already niche, but neon bending is how they create classic neon signs. It's bending glass tubing into different shapes, and then they'll fill it with a gas, such as literal neon, hence the name, and then they will put electrodes on either end of that tubing to seal it off and send electricity through the entire thing. And that neon will create the classic red-orange color, but there are different kinds of gases you could put in, such as argon. I think that creates a blue color. And honestly, I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but our visiting artist is very professional when it comes to the neon bending. And this pad that we're going in with, we haven't seen this yet, but this is actually just folded up newspaper. And with this, we can kind of guide which way the bubble blows out as somebody blows it to the end of the pipe. We're going to start using this fluffy flame quite a bit throughout this process. It can get kind of loud, so I want to point out that I do have closed captioning on the screen. So we've just quickly preheated the jacks, which are these two metal blades, and we're now going in and creating the jack line, which is this divot in the glass near the pipe. This is important because this is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. We also did this for the smaller piece we made earlier. It's just so much faster and easy to miss because it was so much smaller. And just to orient you all a little bit, the top of the bucket, which is the area kind of closest to the furnaces in our sketch, is actually the furthest end away from the pipe, so the very end of the bubble. And now can I have Victoria's artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, I have this slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. This is what I wanted to show off earlier. Once again, she's worked with many different kinds of glass art, including glass blowing in the hot shop and neon artwork as well. And right here, this is just a large wooden board that we have laid out. We'll frequently use it when we're making things like cylinders. It just applies a really even pressure across the entire bubble all at the same time. So this is going to give us these really straight, smooth walls. So now you can already see this bucket shape taking place quite a bit. We're just going to lightly flatten the bottom of the piece as well with a wooden paddle. And right here, you can see we focus most of the heat just on the very end of our bubble. And this is going to allow us to press from both of these sides at the same time, with the jacks on the top and the wooden paddle on the bottom. And this is going to give us a really nice crisp corner on the bottom. It's really hard, if not impossible, to get that nice crisp corner without having that pressure on both of those sides at the same time, because when you push it in one direction, it tries to push out in the other directions. The glass is kind of like a liquid right now. And they just blew a little bit at the very end there. So now instead of having that perfectly flat bottom, we have just a little bit of a hill on the end. And this is going to help us out later on down the line, because way later on, we have this smaller blown piece that we're going to be attaching onto that end. And when we attach them together, if it were completely flat, it would press the top down and kind of sink it in on itself. But this is kind of preemptive thinking. We will press it down on top, and that should perfectly flatten it out. And we've brought over a single bit of clear and attached it just to the very end of the bubble. This is where we're going to be attaching that smaller blown portion to the very top later on. So yes, once again, this is the top of that bucket shape, what's furthest from the pipe. And right now, over on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah's preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is going to be attached right on top of that clear pad we just created. And this is going to allow us to break this piece completely off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we've just brought that second pipe over. And once again, this is attached right on top of that clear pad we made. They're going to let this connection set up a little bit and solidify enough that it's not moving like crazy on the end of that pipe. But eventually, to break this off, they'll be applying a little bit of water to that divot in the glass near our original pipe. And that water will crack that section of the glass, allowing them to completely break it off. And you might be wondering why they're torching this area before they crack it and break it off. But applying extra heat like this is to heat up the surrounding area more so. If we were to apply the water and the surrounding area is cold, those cracks can actually travel through the cold glass. But if we make sure it stays warm, then those cracks will stay just where they're placed and not travel. So just like that, we've broken that piece off. And now we can start to focus on the other side of the piece, which once again, we are going to have to create that ring around the outside of the bucket. And this is going to be done by folding the glass onto itself, which is something really interesting that I haven't seen before today. It's a little hard to describe what they do, but they physically push the glass out from the inside of the piece, and then they fold it down onto itself and create this ring. And that's what we've done for the smaller piece that we made earlier today as well, which is sitting aside, staying warm. And right here, the piece is still cold itself, but the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, that connecting point is really hot and moving. While it's moving like this, they like to just make sure it stays on center. If it falls off center at all, then it can make the entire piece a little bit wonky. It's the best way to describe it. And just to point out for anyone that's recently joined, at the center bench we're working on the main section of a piece that we just started pretty recently, maybe up to an hour ago. And this is going to turn into a bucket-shaped piece of glass, kind of like an upside-down bucket. And we have a smaller section of blown glass that will later on be attaching to the top of this piece. And that small section is supposed to hold a candle or a candlestick. And the theme for a lot of these pieces that you're going to see during this visiting artist residency are all relating to light before electricity. So this piece is specifically for a candle, and then the next piece might be something kind of relating to an oil lamp or maybe another type of candle holder such as a candelabra. So just to give a couple of examples of some things you might see during this residency and the ideas behind them. And this design, I was told, is specifically from the 13th century. So it's a little far back. And at this point, we're going to get ready to create that ring that you can see around the base of our design. So we're going to have this physical ring on the outside of this bucket shape. And to do that, we are actually going to be folding the glass onto itself once again. And to do that, we had to heat up a ring of glass using this really hot focused flame. This flame is the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is going to very quickly heat up just a section of glass at a time. It's really helpful for creating details in our artwork, such as facial features, for an example. But yes, this is going to superheat just this small ring of glass right around the opening of the piece. And then we will go back into the furnace to heat up the entire piece a little bit. We don't want any single section of the glass to drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, otherwise we risk thermal shock. So this is the process that's going to create that folding. We just briefly went in with the Sofieto, which is that cone-shaped tool, and we blew the glass out a little bit, which kind of thinned that section out. And then we very quickly pushed against the opening, and that folded it onto itself. And from here, we can make sure that this is even more prominent and completely folded by going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades. And you'll see Gabe do this a little bit later on, but he's going to start squeezing the ridge together a little bit more. Yes, so now Gabe is going in with the jacks, and he's going to squeeze in on either side of this ridge that he's creating. And this is just going to accentuate it a little bit more and squeeze that glass together more. So now that we've created that ridge, we're able to fully start opening this out as we would any other normal piece. And right now we're using these two wooden blades, by the way. I'm sure you noticed that they're a little bit different than those two metal blades we were using earlier. These are called the pachofis. And whenever we use these wooden blades, because they are wood, they're going to be a lot more gentle than the metal ones. And this is going to prevent any gouging or scraping. And we can actually use the tips of these blades to push at the inside of the piece, kind of like we were earlier. And now to make sure that this piece has perfectly straight walls, stumbling over my words, to make sure a piece has straight walls, usually we'll go on the outside of the piece with the tool and smooth it out from the outside, but since we have this ridge, we can't press on the entire side. So we're going to just start pressing on the lower section of the piece with this wooden paddle. Because this wooden paddle is very wide, it's going to apply an even pressure across most of the piece. So you can see this has smoothed and straightened out the walls a lot more. And once again, we do have one more really large step left. We're going to eventually break this piece off of the pipe and place it on top of this wooden board that's laid out with the opening on the board. And then we'll superheat the top where the piece is connected to the pipe currently. We'll bring over that smaller piece of glass we made earlier and hot attach things together in the hot shop. So this is a preferable way. So instead of gluing things together or trying to figure out another way to attach them later on, we'll attach everything hot in the hot shop. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, they will stick together basically like glue. So we just brought out this smaller piece of glass over on the right bench. And once again, as this drawing on the floor might suggest, this is going to be placed onto the side of the bucket that's a little bit smaller. It has the flat side on it. And it's a little bit hard to tell maybe, but we've changed the flame inside of the furnace. You can actually see these flames kind of shooting at the top. This is a reducing flame, so the goal is each time we go in, this is going to start pulling the metals to the surface of the glass. In this case, we have silver in this really nice glass color, so it should start to change this color to a metallic color. And next we're going to go ahead and break both of these pieces off of their individual pipes. And we're going to be torching the very ends of both of these pieces, just where they're going to be connected together. So breaking that bucket off of our pipe, we're going to start torching just the top of the bucket. And now that we have those two pieces connected, this is going inside of our annealer to slowly cool down. Yes, so this large black box, this is our annealer. And when we fill this up or we're done for the day, we will simply press a button and everything inside of here will slowly cool down all at once, starting from around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And I believe that was our last big piece of the day. We still have half an hour left, so we might get something small in, but that was a pretty large piece. And once again, this was designed by our visiting artist, and she is right there. Her name is Victoria Ahmadizadeh. So they're going to make a couple more of those little pieces of glass, the one you saw that we connected onto the top of that bucket shape. And those are just going to be sort of backups, just in case something goes wrong with those ones, then they'll be able to easily replace them. So that's what they're going to be working on in the hot shop.